So, dear colleagues, let's start our work. It's about the future, uh, future literacy. It's Lavna, and I'm a partner of Tatiana Vladimirovna, and we are in New York. Well, she is in Finland, uh, uh, and we will make corrections about talks today. Today we will speak about understanding future research, and we will start from the talk network network programs are seen in the ecosystem approach. Uh, it has many strong decisions. This program was developed in together with Tomsk State University in the open foresight laboratory in Finland. Uh, the work that were given a uh, represents whom actually. So now we're beginning our work. So my talk will be about the network program, Smart City, uh, and the horizon of 5 years. It was created together with the State University, and within a half a year period of time, we could realizing this program in the experimental observation. And today, I would like to speak about how this work was done and make main conceptual visions input in this program. So why is this category part of our network program? And why is this how is it related to the application? How this was reflected in the network program? So we will share results with you in the approbation of the program. Vice versa. Why is it important to consider the ecosystematic approach framework of this concept? The world has changed while we were making our plans, and what's been happening with us today, all this speed of change, all this pace of technological development, clarity of this world, and uh, well, the differences in the approach. We have to understand, we have to work out uh, certain certain kind of qualities that we, uh, would be comforting for them. And I believe it was a good idea to listen to Einstein and thinking about the same reality that was created at that time. So we created we made the idea of actually connecting technology and of the new type of literacy, which leads some colleagues uh, this they are showing us that within the last 100 years, in a cardinal change in the migrations of population. And so within the is it was a difficult case. Uh, it has to reconsider the educational activities and creating new structures, ecosystematic structures in education. So the concept of smart city is suggesting the idea of life in such a fast, simple monitoring of moving in space around town through transferring ideas, transferring every year around the space. There's more and more problems that have to be solved in the system of education. But the concept of smart city, well, it was implemented by a lot of Singapore, New York, Tokyo, Amsterdam, Barcelona. Yeah, interpreting smart city is a different view in towns. Go to different approaches to interpreting this. It's one of the biggest companies with this one big developer for CTM for criteria for smart city. It's a city that's really connected, and the representatives of Euro Parliament understand that it's a town that aspires to solve social problems through communities. In Russia, it's an innovative town that can solve various problems for the benefit of its citizens. So here we have one very important logical point. Trying to understand the ideas of this program,
So we base ourselves on the various approaches, and we've determined the key traits that serve the foundation for the whole technology of the network program, and that's a key glossary term. Me and Tatiana Vladimirovna determine our glossary for a network program. It's a quality and related, and the notion of quality is something that we base a concept of smart city. How do you provide this quality of life? How do you construct it? How do you understand and accept and try to apply it? And what is the impact of the quality of life on my positions, on my agendas, whether it's my personal agenda or educational or entrepreneurial agendas. So this concept, in our opinion, is optimal in order to consider the smart city concept and link it with education. Connecting this concept with education, we have based ourselves on a few traits. So the third position of the concept changes perception of the notion of quality of life. And in our program, we try to construct the process of rethinking of the quality of life by working with the instruments of the future. What will take place in the future in a decade or so? How we can see it in the present, and how we can transform into our own personal or entrepreneurial agendas. So that's a quality of life with the use of instruments. With the help of this concept, in our opinion, we create a specific educational ecosystem, because actual smart city, it's an ecosystem by default, and elements of every constituent, every component of a smart city are interconnected. And as within our program, we try to show this by various pedagogical and educational technologies in order to have this ecosystem structure, to have the structure, ecosystem structure created. This concept allows us to have a different outlook on the pedagogical tools. So what is that we need to apply in education in order to first of all, so we have the need for the new instruments, new tools, and this need has changed to has brought changes to the whole education system. And of course, the smart city concept is directly linked with the development of future skills and future literacies. And from now on, I try to show in my speech how it works within our network program. When creating network program, we have determined a certain framework. First of all, we're talking about what is a founding concept of our program. And it turned out to be, in this case, the smart city concept. And for us, it was important to understand how to construct the logic of activity within the program in such a way that there is an awareness of key categories of terms, and so the listener can establish ecosystematic connections between the seemingly global ecosystem within the terms of smart city, in connection with the fact that we have experts from all sorts of areas, including experts outside of the education system. So it was important for us to. It was important. It was important for us to maintain this awareness throughout the different educational formats. An important thing to note here is projection on self. That was a very important point to us. We looked for various ways of solving this problem. And I think it worked out quite well. The second position is changes to the actual thinking, the thinking of the future. How do our colleagues, with the help of certain algorithms, working with future literacies and with the use of educational formats, change their thinking in relation to the life activity space or their professional space that they exist in, and their personal space. So it's also a very important context within our program, and of course the future skills, the process of transformation of these skills, not as something that's produced by a certain training technology, skill training technology. We found an approach, and with the help of a moderator position, these skills, we tried to develop these skills. It didn't quite go smoothly at the start, but nonetheless, this active immersion to the practical moderator position, and that being an online moderator, allowed us to enter a certain level of future skills development. So what are the algorithms and formats of execution when it comes to network programs? Well, right away, I'd like to note that when developing the program, we have used all of the methodology for working with the future and integrated various digital tools. This is a global board collaboration. It provides an opportunity to exchange all sorts of information and create common versions and strategies. And the other resource is Shipping Tomorrow. It's also working online with team building technologies and with technologies on online team building. We're talking about producing, with the help of various digital tools, of creating products and projects and their presentation. So it's an integration of future literacy technologies with digital tools. So here on the screen you can see the first crucial stage, which is immersion into the algorithm for working with the future. Timeline, we're constructing a timeline. We have constructed it in various ways. We had it linear, and then we have arrived to a circular model, Tatiana Vladimirovna found an interesting approach, a circular model. And the circular model, we had we worked on a few iterations of. Within this circular model, an important thing to note for the first stage of introduction, actually immersion into the smart city concept and accepting the changes that's taking places with me within a certain time through the prism of those three key positions, which is my personal decisions, my educational agendas and decisions, my entrepreneurial agendas and decisions in the various aspects of my life. So around me, I'm surrounded by various industries, infrastructures, education, healthcare, and so forth. So within this space, within this ecosystem space of my life, my decisions within the context of this system are what part do they belong to, within what time they take place, how are they connected between each other, what is actually what is the actual codependency, and is there a codependent correlation? So this initial stage, it's very there was quite a deep immersion into the processes of intellectual activity of the future, the categories of the future, because most oftentimes we face a situation where people do not think in the categories in plus 20 timeline. They think of plus two at most, 2 or 3 years, and that affects the changes in my life in relation to the quality of life. And so now, the moment in this innovation, we talk about. Maybe we don't talk so much about the smart city changes, smart education, smart infrastructure, and so forth. We talk more about self and the ability to see what will happen with me after some time, and how these things are connected. When I analyze the time, the agendas, and the sectors of one's life, and it turns out that if you look at the model, you can see at the bottom part there's a part where you can see a few dots, and you see it's not. You see, there's no indication. Nothing is indicated here. As we were observing things, as we were observing our listeners, we have noticed that a lot of our colleagues don't even notice this blank area. It's no accident that it's indicated here, but in the process of working with it, a lot of ideas emerge that fill up this, so to say, blank part. And colleagues enter into a deep analysis of themselves along this timeline. So it was a very important point for us. We have spent a lot of time on that, as it seemed to us. But it was needed and important in order to work on the next stages. So this is where we start to see the sort of a thinking of the future we're speaking of, because so this we need to try on this future. We need to get the feel of it in relation to you. So let us move on then. So the next important stage is foresight analysis, working with tools provided by Shipping Tomorrow. Based on give data, they allow us to foresee the future and build scenarios for the future, and to get an idea from the future and implement it in the present. So at this stage of foresight analysis, it's very important to integrate the three kinds of intellect: artificial intellect, or the help of Shipping Tomorrow. It provides us an opportunity to work with factual data, and that's very important in foresight analysis. And this factual data can be processed and analyzed, and can be applied to analytic critical thinking too. And with the help of collective intellect along the timeline, we can construct the development of certain parts of the smart city concept based on the notion of risk, of the notion of stakeholders, competencies, and on specific solution. And what are the specific solutions that are made in order to minimize the risks and explore the opportunities? So it's integration of the three intellects in foresight situations allows us to answer the question how ecosystem development trends for the smart city influence our decision making and alter our quality of life in the scale of 20 years. So getting back to the topic, combining these two positions, on this slide you can see the algorithm, the activity algorithm that network program is based on. But to us, when it comes to our work, the key issue we consider is how the development of the ecosystem affects the quality of life. And around this key question, we often build, and we will keep building, creating discussions. So tomorrow at our master classes, our network program participants will serve as moderators and work on these positions from a different position with the people that were never a part of such activity. So the technology and the algorithms, the program algorithms is constructed based on the algorithms of working with the future by introduction, by understanding the smart city position as a in terms of what technologies we're dealing with and how they affect the quality of life, due to with the help of understanding smart city concept based on what happened in tech and how it affects the quality of life, with via position C's labor separation, how it predetermines our development, and so forth and so on. And you can see the positions with the decision makers. So introduction and ABC, those are quite lengthy and labor intensive effects, but they're quite effective. But when it comes to the activity algorithms, it allows us to move on to arrive to an open insight, and really to really move to position G1 and G2, G1, G2, when people can actually make a decision, and project groups and teams can be created, which can affect the development of certain personal versions. So the given algorithm, it was important in order to construct the content context. So within a program, we've combined our smart city program with a smart constructor, which has led to the creation of the skill set for the future in the leading categories. When it comes to smart constructor, what was important to us, and we actually used all of the formats here. First of all, it's working in mixed learning format, or inverted class format. It's not. It didn't always work well, but this work took place, and it was quite effective. It's constant practical immersion into the activities. So practically from the first day of the launch of our program, we have provided opportunity to even to untrained trainers to try and make mistakes, to understand a mistake, to accept it, to change it, to correct one's action, and try a different format next time. So the format of peer-to-peer data knowledge exchange And also a very important point, because there are different experts in the program with different expert positions and with different moderator positions. So this mechanism of skill exchange, of exchange of expert positions, while keeping the context of our smart city algorithm in mind, was quite effective. And of course, we're talking about digital instruments, digital tools, because it's an online network program, and it's self-learning. So self-learning in our program, there is a special participant diary where it cites all of the positions for our activity, where there's constant feedback provided, and there's a constant process of boosting one's understanding or not understanding, acceptance or non-acceptance of what is happening, in terms of what happens as a program unfolds. And there are also certain, in our opinion, those are certain results that we've seen in the process of the program execution. First of all, it's boosting future skills by altering moderator position has changed, has led to the fact that so our colleagues have started forming moderator groups that actually work quite well together, and this moderator groups used to stay in touch. So these moderator skills, in our opinion, was manifested quite well. And at tomorrow's masterclass, you can get a feeling of it. The next important thing is working with online tools, because now online instruments pretty much take a leading role in terms of communications and education. And given that, the ability to use the various online tools, especially collective analytics, it didn't come that easily. So how do you integrate collective analytics? We're talking about shipping tomorrow, creating scenario versions, groups of 10, 15 participants. How to make this really a scenario analytics? How to transfer it into a script? So that's quite a deep work on related to future skills, and and related to the tools for working with the future. Another important point to make is a algorithm I've mentioned earlier that reflects a foresight logic, which shows the foundation of the actual methodology of decision making. The key terms of future literacy concepts are seen through all of the stages of network program execution, and of course the assessment of the educational results that took place as each stage was of the algorithm was mastered, based on the leading 10 future skills mentioned not so long ago at the international by the World Bank. So thus, speaking of our experience of network program execution, smart city decision making within the time frame of 20 years, based on the active development of future skills. And where are we at the moment is that at the moment we have an organized team of online moderators that are prepared to run future literacy programs, and not only to run them according to a certain algorithm, but actually to adapt them and fine-tune them to the peculiarities of the target groups and the tasks that were put forth by various target groups. So I'd like to draw the line on that. Please feel free to ask your questions. I will be happy to answer. Yes, thank you so much, dear colleagues. I'd like to thank Svetlana Nikolaevna for opening this session. I'd like to say that I enjoyed our joint paper because it took it took 3 months of work, actually maybe a little bit more. 3 months of real network engagement, and when we talk about universities, and that's very valuable. That universities can create network interactions. Actually, we've managed to execute this. We had a team of about 20 members that was put together, and in that sense, we think that as a issue of a topic of future literacies, we were able to demonstrate how modern network forms of interaction and research that are spoken of so much, how these things can be executed between two universities. So that's very important.
So it's important in this case that subject approach, where we actually demonstrate our own flexibility, our own innovativeness, and these questions are really important. And every university can sort out these questions autonomically, but the questions that require research and development position, well, they are actual questions for uh, this sort of network communication, and very carefully and very attentively we approach each other's the issue of each other's resources. There were moderators' resources and others related to the world function, the collective format, and our uh, Tomsk Federal University uh, concerning open first laboratories experience shaping tomorrow, the platform that was created, the specific foresight laboratory, quite well known around the world. Well, this platform, when we put it all together, it just turned out that it works all very well. And as for today, you can see the result of uh, practically 2.5 months of our experience exchange, um, and but we managed to get first. It's quite a breakthrough uh, in the technologies, mastering technologies, and scientific mechanics. The second is the synergetic effect. Uh, this is quite a well thing, and when we did the moderators blogs, then both moderators and the people who started doing it from the start, 0 point, they were mastering it with their own examples, and so we use the practical active approaches. When people would deal with manuals, they would take some basic things, they would sort them out and start implementing them. And when we looked at each other's samples for the third or fourth sample, it just turned out that the entire norm became understandable for everyone. That they would reach very fast. And one of the main strategic experiences was when we understood this teachers' literacy, not in terms of reading out lectures, well, the reverse classes, it's um, been working the following way. The first stage, we managed to create the cultural mapping of this area of knowledge through samples, certain discussions, not big but small, but discussions which prepared us for uh, something uh, first mastering the cultural form, the algorithm, uh, contour map, and then moving towards the theoretical part and the third multiplication. And I have to say that it's so happy magic that people included people start looking for sources, and they say, well, we have to do this project, right? So this motivation effect it works very well, and that the team moves into the autonomous mode and self-education. Well, we have official meetings, called official meetings once in 2 weeks. So they prepare for the practice that we had. People just kind of self-organize themselves, regroup, they cook, and they begin to use the internet planning systems. And we believe that in a month, in 2 months period of time, that's another half a year of work till November, we managed to show what corporate preparation is. It's not just preparation. This is corporate preparation. So we added a team that is ready to work, and not just a bunch of people who will move back to their rooms, universities, and so on. So thank you very much. I understand that from my talk, it's number of questions excluded the text. So if you have any questions, I think that we're not a big group, so we can be asking questions like using microphones, right? Which is love. Answer to whatever also questions, tricky questions, I gotta say. There is one nuance though that shows the specificity of futures literacy. If Gennady is ready to be asked his questions here, yeah, I'm ready. I did write it down, but I really have to look at the specific position. And I'm part of the team myself. Let's start from the second one. 3 main points that inspection thinking it's all the logic of a content, not by linear nature, but by mutual enrichment, mutual like enriching collider, hadron colliders example. So we have to well, it's analytical work and the collective intelligence was it's very good. I know how it's been working. Uh, we actually try to understand, but of course it can be different ways. It's important in these positive examples. It's important to understand how everything is happening. But that's the second question. The first question was the practical one. All our life was passed away preparation for the future. So I would start from the last question, but it was the first question. So approximately, it repeats the logic that humanity wants to live forever, but it doesn't know what will be doing on Thursday. So here I would like to emphasize one element uh, that in our team we've been working on for a long time. And this is about our understanding of tomorrow. Uh, I began to understand it's like a Copernicus overthrow. You know, we cannot know what's going to happen tomorrow. We may not know what's going to happen tomorrow, let's say so. And not to, in this fast-changing world, not to have the image of the future is kind of not. So in this sense, I would like to say that working hard on cleaning out the definitions that we report. And we take such a definition as decision-making point. And at this point, I have to say, life is not just decision-making. It can be done. It can be easy, going together. It's not making a decision either. So when we say that the future to literacy, it's we look at it as educational content of quite a large area of life, not so whole. It's the area of future of foresight, various methodologies, this area of life that began to develop to be influencing the world. It's related to decision-making systems. So when we start talking about futures literacy, we have to take forward about the questions of decision-making. So think about anything else, what psychologists do, therapeutic questions, theoretical questions. Of course, what we do, we have to define ourselves and we have to understand how important it is. We are orienting on the decision-making points and decision-making versions. And this is not the schedule of human life. It's like innovation. It's like application technology, therapy. It's acupuncture, but it brings results. You have to press particular points that will provide certain effects. Well, this is what futures experience is about. So today, when I'm going to the shower, I will talk about that. He says, well, what I want to say is that this is the most important because definition, foresight, definition, knowledge of foresight exists in, well, this is the system of supporting it's supports decision process. So the analytics of the future versions is the principal issue. So when our listeners begin, instead of decision-making process, begin to speak about plans, well, we close it. In my experience, this is a Finnish Russian, we have to understand. We have two versions of this model. One is the Russian ground in Tomsk, and one is the Arctic one in Yamal, which appeared in the year 617, the Smart City territory and region. But the Finnish one is that the Timothy of Smart City had been done in a different way. Europe's been living with this definition for time now. I live in Tampere. This the city that with this relationship. Here is where decision-making process is being made, and there's particular versions of decision-making, but those made decisions, they are not committed. This is the multi-party decision. Everything depends on what the situation in the parliament. What we do, we can clearly follow this democracy and in Finland. And when we tried this model with colleges and trade, we are trying to introduce now in the educational program, including interacting with the city. I got three things that, and when we spell out this question of decision making and the point of decision making, and tomorrow people begin to have psychotherapeutic sessions, speaking about the future in the terms of monuments put up, or food paid for, So it's complex in the point. So what we say is that is working with the history of the future, with future decision making ahead of time. Let's say so. So idea of future literacy is mostly about how to be building our history the decision images. It's like an idea that the organization is the history of decision making. My future is decision making future. Yeah, I can understand what is the future period of time about the changing education, and I can understand that I can correct it these points, move time, and so on. So this is the idea. And second question was smart city. People are ready to live in smart cities. It's not about them preparing to live that way. They have time to live with the smart city concept. This is not an actual concept. This is a theoretical concept. This ecosystem of life exists. It's different in different places, in different towns. But smart city concept that integrate it's ecosystem. Beginning from the year 17, arts and territories, working with young people, with school we conduct that idea where you're looking around what I mean, what we talked about. There's no gas, and gas supply is just so when we started speaking about where we're moving and what possibilities has, and what most versions of active system exist around the world. Well, then we can totally different picture form in their mind, and they would start either what they should be doing in order to have that, or how to build their so that in their tundra, so we can business activities, surgeons, on biotechnologies in Arctic, and this is clear. This is interesting, and they will be able to provide themselves good life. So why smart city and why life them by? Well, by particular time, moments of life will be able to be more pleasant and for me, it's understandable and it's connected to thinking and acting and thinking and activities. Doing that as a task, as a priority to create a cultural tour. Certain set of norms that allow us to bring forward in a more flexible and more determined and particular variant. Thank you. Did the idea of smart city receive Mediterranean edition? Nikolavna has her internet off, but I can answer this question. Well, Vyacheslav, in what way futures literacy we have serious grounds for developing ecosystematic approach. And ecosystematic allow us not only to build system and then form it, but rather to flexibly adapt to changing conditions and work with the system. I can tell you that a very interesting humanitarian effect is that the participants that kind of undergo this sort of foresight preparation begin to understand the value of communication, of the analytics. So the idea of flexibility in changing projects.
Get involved in considerations without the value of it. In my opinion, this interpretation of smart city as a topic for improvisation, so to say, it's good because digitalization, of course, provides a great opportunity for communications, among other things. But it's important that it can be used as a foundation for social and cultural humus, without which all of digitalization is pointless. Soil. I think it is actually taking place. If we were to explore explore it more precisely, and if there is a topic of the didactics of this topic for our lab, for our university, then of course, yes, I'd be able to say that yes, there's some transformation in that direction. And it's a very good question. It's something that we need to think of. Yes, thank you, and I hope. It not only relates to Finland, it also relates to Russia a bit. I would like to understand where is the overdue point here, and how to make this effect reproducible. Once again, we use the 3-0 model. So it's 1-0 and 2-0. It's the Russian option to 0. So I stay in touch, of course, and more so we have a interregional Russian program. So now a team. I think that this Finnish effect. When I came to Finland, I was surprised that it's a foresight country because I dealt with this for 7 years and said that I could change my life, and it just turned out that I just found myself in a foresight country where in the parliament starting since 1994, 96, I may be wrong here. There's a future committee, and they really have an impact. Of course, they lost. They're Nokia a little. Well, they lost it a little bit. They made their way out, but still, I'd like to say that yes, they work, and it's a part of their culture, and it's part of their expert training. So they've been constructing it for about 20 years, little by little. Yeah, and we can tell whether they lost or won with the Nokia, because when the Tomsk region lost the Tomsk Neft, that fostered that caused a major innovation effect and the strategic refocusing on something else. Yes, they've also created more of a kind of heavy products. We're not talking about like pop products like phones. They've created more complex products, and actually now they're working well with NASA and so forth. But nonetheless, they lost at the start. When I came, it was kind of a national tragedy of sorts at the moment. I saw them I've seen them discussing it, and I understood I've seen how they dealt with it. So thank you so much. Since Rocco Scolozzi, who is our partner and our expert in our lab at the Tomsk University, I've been working with him for 2 years in Europe, and we're working on projects related to future literacies in professional education. So that's something I'm naturally also very interested in. So I'd like to say that he has a lecture at the moment. Right now, we could actually, as we move on to the next our next speakers, we could use his time slot to briefly consider what he want to propose. But maybe our listeners may have some questions because I know a little bit about his practice. But and I may ask him on other things. I may ask him later, and then we continue working. And as we work, I'd like to say that me and Svetlana Lenikin live now, and with our group, with our network group, with our network lab, we are looking to engage and to expand our network interaction, because the actual scheme we've kind of have a grasp of when it comes to the organization. We understand its benefits and things that may come up and problems that may come up. But one of our tasks for this conference is to expand this network interaction, find some new common points. And in May, we're planning to conduct an organizational game in order to co-organize all of the various resources, just in order to understand how much, how we can create a new university practice in such interaction. So it's a lab, but it's absolutely not the kind of a lab that just has its staff and that does that. It's a completely different approach. And I think we're already successful. So please do join us. So it's very important direction for us. Are there any other questions, or we can move on and start discussing Rokos Kolotsi paper discussion that he offered for our plenary session? I can show his paper, and we can just discuss the issues. I think there was actually a very nice answer that he has given, Rocco has given. I think it really shows that foresight, methodology, global, not rapid, but the global rapid foresight methodology, and futures literacy very much relates to decision-making points, and it was quite obvious by when he spoke about the territories, about small populations, about how things can be used in various ways, and you can really see that he knows what he's talking about, how it's actually connected to reality in the applied practice. So, in fact, Vyacheslav, I think it's an indicator of thought, intellectual activity, thought action. So, what are the proposals? Shall we move on to Rocco's paper or not? What do you say? Or maybe shall we hear some other speakers? So, if anyone has any ideas or proposals, okay. So let me maybe just show you this paper, because since we're discussing the issue of future literacies and ecosystem approach, and we're trying to understand what are the peculiarities of this approach. I think that his paper provides a wealth of material and some very interesting points to look at. I propose we go through it and just to relate to the European experience. Italy is it's an agricultural country, among other things. It's just interesting to see how it works there. So this is the paper. Allow me to share the screen. So, it turns out I needed to press that. Okay, it's a pop-up thing. The ecosystem topic we've discussed is shown here, and he has shown a few future literacies in the context of other literacies. And I think that ecosystematic approach means that if we want to rapidly react to the changes, that means that each literacy and every block of knowledge and skills should be considered along with others, which perhaps was not considered when we would look at physics, math, and chemistry. Each science has its own subjectivity, but literacies set the topics and the configurations of these various literacies. I think in his paper it was very well stated. The definition of futures and literacies is provided in a way that he emphasizes the ideas of freedom. I think it's very specific for Europe, but I think it's but on the other hand, it's a very precise definition, understanding how much reading and writing and futures literacies create higher degrees of freedom in the way to react to the changes in the world. And the faster the world changes, the more the question of issue comes up. Because freedom as a notion in a rapidly changing world is the first thing to suffer. So future emphasizes the context of changes, the resources for understanding the future. That's also very true. And if we were to speak of his UNESCO, Ariel Miller, that's a researcher that works with this issue for over a decade. It's the ability to use the future for the future in the past, in the present. Pardon me. So when the Gennady Blinov's question comes up again, that we may lose the present by living in the future, we're talking about something completely different. I want to show that on the example of decision making. The issue is that the present is more qualitative and more sustainable compared to the version that we construct in relation to the future. I'm not going to go through all of it right now. Yes, there are 3 levels: awareness, openness, and ability to choose and think. That's also one of the options of foresight skills. There are plenty of options. But once again, it's important to emphasize here that when it comes to future literacies, what can be taken from foresight is not only the topics, of framing and scanning, but also activity and adaptation. So activities are very important from the point of view of futures literacies, and all of the European experience shows that. Other than visioning, there is a great and basic component of participatory action, and more so related to intellectual action, thought action, or so it's very close to what's understood from the from the activity standpoint. So I didn't hear. There were some examples of where it's used. If you have educational institution representatives who can recognize, we can see what areas of educational practices are have to need to be dealt with. We see a wonderful direction here, and people that leave the idea of STEMs, an idea of technological development, understanding of how important and significant that is from the point of innovation studies. It's a basic process. It allows us to speak of economical development studying. So STEMs, STEM is a mandatory field, and here we see history, geography, sustainable development, sustainability, interdisciplinary aspect, undoubtedly, and the key terms. And once again, maybe that's just that's a humanitarian surplus that Vyacheslav spoke. Those are the notions that emphasize, time, communities, resources, space, ability to scale, external environment, and so forth and so on. So once again, we can see. I'm not gonna present the whole paper, but I'm just saying that being autonomous determination regarding the issue, but when it comes to our literacies, whether we should include futures literacies, I think those are intersection point. This frame is very good from the standpoint of finding of network interaction points and interest in the resources, peer resources. And the next point are important limitations. Of course, it's unfounded, uncritical decisions, short-term thinking. That's also one of the serious issues. And another thing said, you cannot make you can't make 2 little cows out of it by sawing a big one in half. So that's That's the reductionism issue. And if we were to speak of his cases and wonderful examples, Rocco presented those a few times. I've seen in various situations. I've invited him to a seminar myself, which was a very interesting paper. So those examples that they're just very good in a way that it's not just entertainment and some attempts to see how his tools work. It's actual strategic tasks that have to do with territories. People are pragmatic, and in that sense, when we see similar sites, I've done similar work with various teams. Since 2012, we've conducted 15 big programs up to 20 people. In the Arctic region, we have 50, 70 participants about. So similar situations, and it's quite interesting that those are the kind of people, once they start understanding what we're talking about, and once they're able to construct versions and scenarios and how it may direct their life, it's one of the very serious effects that shows that there's global trend for reductionism, for simply let's make everything simpler. It's ambivalent. It is spoken about a lot, but it's not the only thing around. So there is a great demand for complexity too, for complexity. There's a great demand for making the activity and thinking more complicated. And many people these are the kind of programs that establish the straight of the young people that are prepared to do this. In the Arctic regions, there was a girl who, on the third day of our lab, she picked up a microphone and said, "When I was invited here 3 days ago, I have decided that if it's not serious, I'll leave." And she said, I stayed. It was very serious, she said. So there is a demand out there, and when out of the 60 participants, when we've seen guys and girls that will start planning their lives in completely different ways. That like I shouldn't be a lawyer, I should be a biotechnologist. So the demand for such complex educational programs is in place, and I think that's something that need to be maintained, and it's a very important both market and target groups that need complex works. So when you look at it both in Italy and in small towns, small settlements, so yeah, it's something that's worth developing. And in Russia, the topic of future literacies can be used in Russia and implemented into mass practice. So we do all of that. So those are the materials we make, and one of the tasks that Rocco Scalozzi deals with, they have an organization. They are part of the UNESCO board. And there is also a UNESCO board in Russia related to future literacies and these similar issues. And we also have an ambition to make with the use of our network lab and our university to open such schools. And UNESCO is open to this conversation. We had a personal discussion with Gail Miller regarding foresight in professional education. He said, yes, I've started. That's exactly where I started dealing with foresight. It's completely, it's a nostalgic topic for me. So now I think, together with the Italian colleagues will win this year. I think we'll include the other straight there as well. So one of the tasks is joining future literacies, foresight, understanding of future literacies and foresight, and systematic thinking. It's also very interesting from a systematic standpoint, because the methods they use, they're not just replicated. They've tried to implement them within the future literacies programs for professional educations locally. So that's so one. I agree with a lot of points presented here, and mental models, systemic structures, and so forth, and so on. Patterns, schemes, and events. So if there are any questions here, all of it can be written down, and we can continue interaction with colleagues discussing these issues, among other things. So at the same time, I think that with the help of the team that will show first of the papers out of the three, the first paper, I think, based on this network teams, we can introduce new, perhaps English-speaking representatives who we can actually implement this practice into mass use, because the moderators will be able to present these under all these programs in a native language, together with the representatives of other cultures, Italian program, and so forth. So this is that desk we're considering, and we have a few interesting speakers that we could engage in our online programs, and our online moderators could accompany such programs and making them mobile. Other than that, it's also Russian good programs that together with a team of our online moderators can be scaled.
And these programs can be developed both in Russia and in neighboring countries. So at the same time, based on that, we can form similar corporate teams for Kazakhstan, for other countries, Russia, Moldova, which will later be able to conduct these programs at their own place. I believe that these programs of future literacy cannot be lectured by the nature. It should be collective analytics, and this is a special sort of challenge in that case. It's one question if we conduct lectures online, and another question if it's like collective scenery version of things. This is not simple, especially in terms of line communication. But one of our tasks is to scale the future literacy line format to kind of create multiple online programs there, and to provide for various programs. So we can use one program, we can do it in Russia, in other countries, including, well, one of the orders by the college for promotion in Russian-speaking countries. It's a Finnish educational, but it will be promoted in Russian-speaking countries. So that's it. That's the context that I was speaking in, that our Italian colleague kind of provided. Do we have any questions now? Tatiana Vladimirovna, we have a question. Yeah. All right. Gennady has a question, and so does Vyacheslav. Gennady, go ahead. Can I? Yeah, thank you. All right. So it's not a question really, it's more of an attitude, opinion. Okay, we're discussing a particular talk here. Okay, it will be relevant, I promise. I'm sort of having a suspicion here, and the suspicion is that, of course, this decision-making is conjecture that provides us with information here. This is great. This, well, particular having ways of making decisions in the future, but there's future also that will be kind of inferred by the cause result sequence based on the developed analytics, the foresight. So the cause and result is the basis. If this happens, this happens. But not every future in the concept of complication and this uncertainty as principal characteristics in present and future. But everyone allows us to be moving forward the way of cause and result. I'm sorry, is that your question? Is that the question that you're asking? I liked his answer. Yeah. I will finish now. It's not a question. It's a statement. Really. So if the cause and result next are not working, then it's important to have another approach. It's a principally different approach, and that will kind of have within itself the future, present, and future. As a lot of things are happening. A lot of things happened in the past haven't really happened. Yeah. So I would like to say politely, politeness, self-interruption. Right. So that's what you said. So I'm kind of using your formulation here, your way. So the next question is, I would like, well, first of all, Rocco already answered your questions about the determinism and the cause and result sequence. He answered very precisely, and I agree. He said that in this case, in this particular case, values are influencing the final results, values and expectations. So he underlined one of the elements of foresight, knowledge and foresight version, and the culture and literacy, future literacy that we should orient on. This was the important key here. The moment here is that analytics, the first stage that is connected, historically can connect technical foresight and the analytics of technological changes. This analytics we designated as point A, stage A. There, that cause and effect may be working. So it's not, you come to the well, building your own ideas about cause and result. The methodology, this methodology increase is been building up. If we're talking about block B, if there's a block B, it's related to thought of agenda of what we have to do, and it's related to the future thinking, future relevance. It's the creating scenario, and here this scenario begins to include the themes of negotiations and generally humanitarian topics, humanitarian activities Slav was inquiring about. There's lots of context here, of course. So, effectively, I would like to say that the themes of ethics, of values, and so on is key themes. And the stage B in methodology is the agenda of actions. Scenario is not a result. This is not a thematic scenario that consists of logical inferences and conclusions. This space of logical variations is based what industrial revolution means, and its consequences mean for the people, what they may mean. However, making decisions in terms of the scenario and agenda is done completely by totally different rules together. And for example, at our events, at our educational foresight laboratory sessions, it looks like this. At the second stage, kids begin to logically construct versions, and they very good like yes, gas chambers. They thought that they were very it was great, but there is mechanisms such as panels of citizens. Well, it's introduced as a part of research, right? It turns out that there's very serious debates here when developers are trying to check out this cause and result. This is a great new world, yes, and at the same time, all this great new world is beginning. This part begins about education and everything, and it turns out that don't want and what result the image of freedom. Of course, it is input in foresight. This is one block that should be done very beautifully and very clearly. It's science fiction has a very big role in that. It's one of the important one of the important methods. And I have to say that futures literacy includes a very big work related to philosophy, to ethics, moral, and the quality of life. So when one of my colleagues said that we are kind of not agreements foresight in terms of ethics, I said you're just not reading enough. On that, human cultures already developed the question related to participation and the stakeholder of interest. So in that case, it's a very interesting situation. And here there's a parliament questions. For example, the Greens, yes, and so on. And it showed very good collisions. You know, just how it shows how it on. So what I suggest moving forward, it's very important that we paid attention to this. And Tatiana Vladimirovna, I have a question. Vyacheslav has a question. I forgot about that. Vyacheslav, yes. We cannot hear you, Vyacheslav. Switch on the microphone. Thank you very much. Well, as long as I'm not abusing the time, first, first of all, I would like to support Tatiana's answer to the last question. Diplomacy, I can feel it very. I can feel it in my skin. I'm flying to Komorov days, and there have public hearing on the urban strategies, and some questions are really very hotly. I have to say about strategic planning and things like this. And so my principle, my here is that, however, beautifully and wonderfully we may be developing our future approaches, we have to be nevertheless prepared to put it out in terms of communication. Communication with stakeholders and with the local residents living. We have to solve these questions, and it was extremely pleasant for me to hear Rico's talk at the previous session, and now Tatiana's answer. Turns out that Rico, just like myself, is a member of yet another community, society, national community where Italy really has very outstanding role, always has role. And in his talk, several times he mentioned the important combination systemic thinking, but even at the seminars of the National Systemic Society, occasionally discuss the question of systemic literacy. I wanted to ask people at this point where it comes from in terms of the educational context, how you guys develop it, how you grow it. Do you have any special course or maybe master class, or maybe it is done within the context of some other practices? How does it? I cannot answer this. I know that yes, there is. I know that he holds these courses and the trans universities in various events that are organizing, and I may tell him about that, and then we can work together on answering all questions. And yes, please tell him my gratuity for this talk, and I will. I found his contact. I will write to him. Rock, not Victor. Rock. Yes, his name is Rock. Yes, very good. Yes, he's a very open person, and he will be really happy to. Just great. Everything just came together in one talk. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think that we made a good start for opening up, because I think it's important. This speech is talk. It's not theoretical. It's not as you talk. And I can see that in the site is a lot of questions is how to join. And I sent a link to the files, and there's a slide. There's a file that contains the slide where you can introduce your name and here you introduce your name and your contact requisites, and start going through including and enlarging this network, because at different levels we've been talking about that. And by the way, I would like to say that in team, you can see that line, the line of our specifications with Inova started talking about that, and she holds the line on preschool education and general education. So we can be really relaxed, and we can be sure that everyone will have they want. Well, we can talk about different levels of education, and there's different points that between it. And yes, that's the point. Thank you very much. So I sent you the link. You can take it and check it out. And there's a lot of good materials there and some information that may be useful for you. It may be nice for you. Yes. Oh, so I would like now to cancel my and drop работы. So Next topic, Tatiana Борисовна Князева. She's one of well, I was number 6, but I can do it now, no problem. Who is there now? By according to the plan, there was, well, probably it's myself. Well, there was that previous talk, then was Svetlana Nikolaevna Litvinov, and then Vera Danilova it was, yes. All right. Oh, it's probably me. Do we have a break at 4:45 or do we not? Right, we'll have a short break late. Yeah. Well, I got a question simply because fact it's not enough for me. But
This point at 5, there's a person.
we will have
We will have a participant back online at 5. So you have your 20 minutes now. So Vera, yes, I'm trying to share my screen. Okay, just give it a moment to load, please. So now, as it's loading, I just want to say make a couple of notes before I start. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. I can't quite see what's happening with my Teams here, Teams app. I perceive the topic of this conference, notion of new literacy, as a challenge of sorts when it comes to our developments. For about 8 years, we've... just a second, I apologize. I don't quite understand what's going on with the screen sharing here. Well, yeah, we can. Yes, we can see our screen. Okay, yeah, maybe try to log out on, log back in, and once again try to share the screen. Okay, could you try that? Just, can you hear us? Okay. I guess Teams dropped out our speaker. She'll log back in probably. So that's the situation. What if we call a break now? That should be happening as per our schedule, and we'll log back in as per our agenda. Can you see our? Okay, Vera is back on. Vera Danilovna, can you hear us? So that's our timing. So we were supposed to close the session at 5:30 p.m. So yeah, so we do a 15-minute break. Okay. $15 minutes, right? So, dear colleagues, allow me to call a break then. So it's 2 minutes before the break now, and then we'll proceed with the second stage of our work, and I'd like to now, while we still have a minute, I'd like to see who's present here. So we have Tatiana Borisovna Knyazeva, we have Vera Leonidovna Danilova. I didn't hear the last name. Elena Alexandrovna Belitskaya. Okay, you're also here. Okay, so in this case, so we'll continue after the break as planned. And each of you will have a chance to both present their paper and relate to what was said earlier, because actually we are interested in working on this topic as a starting point for many of us, something new for us, and we need to understand how to keep it both in an international and the Russian context. And in your context, I understand that you're from Belarus. So in that sense, so we'll try to see it from the various contexts, in the various country and regional contexts, and how the regions have the different impact. So Vera Leonidovna, so we're going for a break. So make sure your equipment is all set during the break, and we'll continue moving as per our schedule. I'm not sure I'll be able to log in. I'll try to use my iPad. So when I turn on the screen sharing, I just get dropped out. So I'll try, but I always get in trouble with Teams. Yeah, on all devices, yes. Okay, so as planned. Does anybody know? Okay, it's clear. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. At 5. I'll be reconvene at 5 p.m. And you just log back into this very section. Thank you so much. Could you show me the presentation? I've mailed it to you. Could you change the slides for me? In 15 minutes, I already sent it to you. Okay, take a look at it. You can just stay online, so it's for sure. Yeah, it's perhaps worth doing. Yeah, I'll stay on. Could always get problems. It's more reliable this way. We can hear you now at least. Okay, just stay logged on. That's all. Dear colleagues, we can reconvene now. So the first paper I will be listening to now is by Vera Leonidovna Danilova from the Ukraine. So we'll start with a few words of introduction, and it's so we have to keep it within 15 minutes as we initially planned, and from then on, the next speaker has to get ready to present his paper. I propose the next person to speak will be our colleague from Belarus, and our topic today it's shown in the it's in our program. Did my presentation? Do you see my presentation? Do you have it? Okay, so if you could share the screen, please. So the key idea that I want to share in my paper that literacy in the way we put forth questions and deal with them, and futures literacies can be mutually supportive and can enrich each other. And this presentation, in a way, was a challenge for me. Pardon me. Tatiana Vladimirovna, could you please share the screen? Yeah, I'm saving it. Yeah, well, it's on the way. So the topic of the conference was a challenge in a way because for about 8 years I have been dealing with a development of techniques of interactive questioning together with Vladimir Evgenievich Korostelov, who will have his masterclass tomorrow, I think. And actually, we have quite a number of techniques that we have developed. And since 2017, we've started having the discussion that the way questions are put forth and how we deal with questions should become a common literacy. Generally, we are more keen to think to make techniques more complicated rather than simplifying them. And at the same time, I think that when we speak of literacies, we need to emphasize the actual basic techniques and skills, the ones that, in our opinion, are beneficial for potentially every person, even if not every person is going to master those skills. Next slide, please. Regarding questioning, the ability to deal with questions, the technology of dealing with questions. That's a topic that in the 20th century developed quite actively. On one hand, it's logics, starting with Kalingad ideas that logic shouldn't be a logic of judgment, but a logic of questions and answers. And on the other hand, it's various practices, pedagogy, practices that have to do with the lawyers and investigators' work. That's the only place where questioning classes are taught. Those are the legal law schools. Psychotherapy has a lot of techniques for dealing with questions. And only towards the close of the century, a presumption emerges that, first of all, that all of the questioning practices feature some common basic traits, and the ability to raise questions and deal with them should be a skill possessed by everyone. So the first, James Dillon was the first to speak of it, who started to speak of the need for questions by the students in the process of learning. Questions put forth by the students. There are a few places in the US where this topic is dealt with in terms of the necessary skill of putting forth a question. It's necessary for learning. It's necessary for city self-governance. It's necessary for medical visits and so forth and so on. Next slide, please. And this is actually, that's a challenge that I spoke of. Which one of these techniques it should be included as part of basic skills for questioning. Based on the Dillon's work and the Right Question Institute that I spoke of earlier, and our own work together with Vadim Evgenievich, I would like to emphasize 3 skills as a basic, as a foundation. It's the ability to transform one's obstacles, concerns, and so forth, and into questions. The ability to emphasize threat or disruption or conflict or misunderstanding, being able to raise the issue. And I think it's also one of the basic skills for dealing with the future. And the second is a skill to find out the recipient of the question. And there are very interesting culturological developments by Vladimir Mikhailovich Rozin, who states that the ability to put forth a question to oneself is one of the criteria for the development of persona from the historical standpoint. So it emerges at Socrates' times, maybe a bit earlier, Socrates, and that's just and it keeps accompanying. I didn't hear. Sometimes it fades into the background, and sometimes vice versa. It becomes very prominent, as in the Blessed Augustine the Blessed. So ability to understand that the questions are not only demands towards other queries, but it's also questions to self, and the ability to thus sort the questions. In our opinion, is also should be a part of part of a basic skill set. And another quite obvious thing at the moment is the ability to generalize the questions, so to say. That is, make the questions clear in communication and promote and deepen them with the use of communication. Next slide, please. So, the technique we speak of is called interactive questioning. So we establish 3 steps of interactive questioning that generally quite well correlate to the basic skills that I spoke of. Next slide, please.
We have some experience of the conducting these sessions related to the orientation to the future, working with the future, and from our point of view, it supports a very important skill for the future. It's kind of a weak point of the problem, and it creates at least you can create a question, and problem will happen to be late. So what is shown in this scheme? It's actually well, the question of what we did with the other teachers a year ago. What we did with the other teachers, the quarantine just started at that time, and we understand it was really very difficult. And of course, we understand that the future expectations are really difficult, but they evoke a lot of emotion. And there's a danger of this kind of everything is not understandable and everything is unclear. It's necessary. Well, a lot of emotions here. So what we suggested, можно чуть погромче говорить? We suggested that, well, we kind of shared it with the group. 2 questions. The question of the future, curricular year. At first, we decided what groups should we put those difficult questions, and we were discussing the coronavirus situation and on. So this was put and then second question was you know, in one board you can talk about threats, another board you can put possibilities. So the report has a very limited file, and there you can clearly segment it to particular tasks. So even at the stage of asking the question, the psychological climate of this discussion has changed, and the participants move to a more particular discussion of what they could expect. So they move to trying to find new possibilities and particular questions. So a very important moment here is that we work with questions. We get a lot of questions from the group, and after the questions been received, well, we work with them. And there's usually about 15 to 20 questions. So after that, the questions can be broken down into 3 categories. One category is to the outside adversary. For example, how online classes will be paid for. It's an easy question, right? If it's formulated, it can be transferred to your director, and the director will understand what what the administration says. The second type of question is no one can answer this question. What do I do if I'm afraid of the computer? What do I do if I'm tired of it? For example, questions maybe of this kind. Or what is interesting for me in online learning? So this is the kind of questions, yes. We ask this kind of questions. And the third type can be the most interesting. The questions that no one can answer at the moment. For example, this question last year, how we can effectively organize online connection. Last year, it was done for another situation. What does it mean? It's the sort of questions to which personal development has to be, or maybe it's a collective work. Questions for which we have to get together in groups in order to answer them and gather materials. Here you can see it's one of the important, let's say, works differentiation, so to speak, is that depending that in regard to the future, part of the event will be going on according to their actual laws. Yes, thank you, Dan. Yes. And we cannot do anything about that. But there's some of the future aspects that we can influence. It is related to the questions of the third type. So the questions that, on the one hand, do not have an expert answer, and on the other hand, they suggest development. So in their regard, we can discuss project laws, what we've been discussing in our work for the future. And this slide you can see this detailed scenario of working with it. The scenario has been implemented several times at our sessions. So I would write it down in the category that I was talking about that maybe we should kind of have collective work about some of those questions, because this ability to unite not around the decisions but around the questions, the answer to which is not still known, is one of the basic skills in working with the future. Yes, in the future we can continue with that, but with black swans we have to be ready for. And considering, well, next slide, please. In terms of using these questions to the future, these questions allow us a possibility to exchange our understandings and our ideas, and exchange our statements and points, and of course there's a lot of people that can be easily united. You choose one meaningful question and you begin to concretize that issue, make it more concrete, to create network of question. And this is of course analogous to the topics so this is a very important, one of the important questions, and Natasha Stopko can show us. In this presentation, we have a list of our publications that are related to the topic. So I will leave my email address in the chat. So those of you who would like to take part in the presentation, text of our words, please write to me. And that's it. I got nothing else to say. Thank you very much. It's glitching here. Colleagues, you have no questions? Do you have any questions? We're here in connection. Thank you very much. Thank you. It was a very interesting point related to the future, and that you did here. It's one of the stages that Svetlana Nikolaevna was talking about, is block A. In this, the questions of possibilities here is extremely important about the threats and of stakeholders. It's like somebody else's problem, but actually when they apply it to themselves, and I also fall under this category as well. Well, this is a bit more difficult, and through this interactive. Well, we have worked out 2 years ago. We said that we know how to develop this, and now there's some points as well. Well, I think that we can just ask questions of experts, and then yes, and also at every particular stage, there is a certain specificity about threats that we should really apply our subjective subject nature, personality. Well, thank you very much. We'll keep talking about that. Yeah. Next talk is about orientation, school kids, and this is a work. The example of Belarusian schools. Minsk State Institute of Education. The preparation of school kids to future professions. Please. Hello, colleagues, and once again, I'm Lena Alexander. I'm a PhD at the psychometrics at the State University. You see me? Well, I can see the face of the host of this event today. All right. Thank you very much. So I probably need to turn on the presentation. Can you see the presentation? Please. Thank you. So I would like to point out it's important. I'm very grateful to the previous speaker about the question of impact issues proper orientation. It's because preparation for the future profession based on the profile education and chemistry quite is important information society and informatization. If we look at the structure of a professional professional dependence of population, the production is very important. The industry is very important. A lot of modern materials, substances, solving global problems, economic, energetic, energy problems, food provision. All these questions are related to chemistry. And of course, chemical specialists, highly qualified specialists, wide scope, and with the personal competences, they are demanded, greatly demanded. Of course, difficult to define. It's what choice we have for students of entry level form. It's hard to understand what we're preparing them for 5-7 years, and maybe even slightly later when compared to the age and everything when they come for their profession. We won't be able to say what situation. Remember how we lived 10-15 years ago, but today's world changed so completely, so cardinally. You cannot tell in what situation, what conditions they may be working in the future. As the orientation problem is getting more complicated. The informatization of spheres of life and the changes of the industry, and turns out information we have before we had problem of shortage of information, right? Necessary information about profession, blah blah. there's no such problem. Now, information flow is very diverse. More information and the range of this topic. It's a difficult question. Even teach that that are that thing is as the topic is extremely important, of course. So we'll come to this idea that we must prepare future actions. That should be chosen up to the profile and we shall really define the future of this education and the personality and personal choice. And we have to understand that some alternative possibilities also and they will have in the future they will have big and of course it will in future in the future situation and it's question of various so we cannot say this so this is really a difficult question. So in different issues we have to understand completely different factors and completely various factors that are taking part in it at different levels. But the fastest change can take part in today, what was happening in the past. So organization of this work yet, and this work should be in the system, not just the particular events, right? So Rush profile education. If you have well, learning chemistry, form students choose beginning from 6th or 8th grade. The facultative work as well. Can be orientation character, can be the agrarian classes and classes which are connected the faculty. So, but the education, it's sufficient to meet competences. So, Mr. Pachansky does it, and so it can be text production, and so the information should be done by the entire process, facultative process, and so basically we have speak about educational proper orientation. Of course, here we are talking about chemical biological classes. So we are oriented to the chemical professions, but the profession of a chemist, of course, is not one profession. There's a lot of other professions, and it can be a teacher of chemistry. It can be various chemists working in different companies, or it can be chemists that do research scientific work. We have several chemical institutes, laboratories. So seriously, so it's all very, very, very different. So there's so many professions related to ecology, for example, paleology, or pedagogy, to teach what can he do today. Well, what he can do, he can focus his attention on the professional and work orientation. It can be practical, for example, solving particular experimental questions, competence-oriented issues. So there's new questions that well for basic schools go into work, control and diagnostic material. So I'm the author of the work to create conditions of professional competence and to create a variedness of work. So speaking about this work, this extracurricular work, of course, in this case, it's a bigger potential than teaching, and we cannot organize certain situations, certain relationships that be able to mirror the strength of particular situations. So we have to understand that safety, of course, is more important. What are the stages of teachers' activities? It's certain standard working with facultative activities and see what the topics are in the form of providing the material to create problems situations, discussions that have professional context, solving practice-oriented tasks and competence-oriented tasks, virtual excursions, business games, that sort of thing. We have to find necessary education means, educational resources, and here in Belarus, so we have big we pay big attention to that, and so we are also developers of this resource, demonstrate that take into account that this resource it's to the national portal. Well, we related internet resources to article, and then education resources was connected to the effective information on the internet. So the company side, the network partners, various information related information of additional kinds, such as the test number or optimization of the educational and cognitive activities related to particular sources of that information. From the beginning, we kind of together with students, but our main goal is to teach them to work with this information, to increase their competences and scientific literacy. That is important for them to work with information in the future, their ability to analyze information so that later they would be able to make a professional profession to create social professional communication interaction that is directed at that critical thinking and the ability of making choices and to make potential decisions. So it's the most important thing, the important task that we have is to create situations of choice. Everything, everything that can do here, considering the project and product, and that they take the results of the project, and they have particular problems that and so consider the issues that are important here. Well, we should really think about the topics that education, expert analysis, and have to analyze that. And when we taught other people to analyze them, it's self-analysis as well, and then well, we have to teach particular activities and particular things.
It's very convenient here. It's a very progressive element of overview analysis. We can use the information obtained for analysis. It can be broken down into 4 components and use positive aspects to the utmost, because there is a negative risks and threats considered in overview analysis when we speak of specific situations for the learners and the lack of ability or insufficient mastery of the curriculum and some competencies involved. So those are the negative aspects, and the positive aspects is opportunities that can be used in the external environment, and the desires, the proclivities of a specific person. So based on the overview analysis, the decision making related to the positive aspects, I think it's more of a progressive approach in order to create a specific situation. And then we have the analysis, and we always make sure to take a look at what positive can be taken and from that. And of course, analyze negative aspects as well, but with an emphasis on the positive side. And another important point is the organization of a professionally significant experience. We're talking about professional trials of various profile works for chemists. It was pedagogical research, and as I mentioned earlier. But it's very important to understand that it's very hard to organize a professional test as a part of the learning process. It's quite a difficult task. In fact, it will be a false test, or it will be an element of a test. So we can say that it's just trying your seeing your capacity. And if it's a technological profile, this is where the learner student tries to put together a device or work on the chemicals for practical work. If it's a research institute, it's being a part of a research project. It's a compilation or a solution of complex qualitative tasks. Pedagogical system of mutual assessment, also aiding the teacher in organizing demonstration experience. Also, it's tutorship and its vertical interaction with the institution, where learners as part of extracurricular program during the chemistry week can go into 5th or 6th grade or even elementary school and show some experiments to tell about the profession of a chemist, tell about how the chemistry changes the world around us. So it's sort of a test of a pedagogical profile. And the most crucial point, seventh point, and this way, the teacher, just to draw the line, the teacher will provide systemic pedagogical support and professional self-determination, and it's very important that there is a differentiated approach involved individual work with a learner and creation of situation of success. So all of the work that was done only creates the first step, the first stage to prepare the student for the future choice, because of course now as they're learning in 10th or 11th grade, when they're studying in process of professional training, specifying their choice. Some people understand that it's right from them. Others, and that's also good, is also understand that it's not. And at this stage, maybe there's some, maybe just due to some romantic appeal or interesting experiments or sympathy for the teacher or some external factors, a person comes to class and then the person understands that it's not quite right for them, that they want to change their situation. So I think it's also a very good and healthy approach when the person understands, when the person actually is aware of the situation. So our task is actually to not to restrict people within a certain framework, not to force people into some sort of a mandatory environment by creating the need to choose something predetermined. So the situation is completely different now. So now the situation has to do with the fact that the choice can be multiple. There are lots of choices. There is a great degree of the great amount of alternatives, and we need to. The most important thing, we need to tell the learners that the choice. It's not the only choice. There will be many choices ahead, but we need to learn how to make the choices in life. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Sorry, I have my animal here. My pet is. Yes, so I'd like to say that we're open to collaboration. We're very happy to interact in this direction. And you can see my phone number on the slide, and my email is also here. I'll be very happy if colleagues colleagues from other countries, from Russia and other countries, will join us. So thank you so much. If you intend to continue along those lines, you can also subscribe. You can also put your contact information into our table, where we're gathering contact info for those that would like to collaborate with. And I'd like to say that I'd like to inform everyone that that our colleague Roko Scalozzi just wrote to me that he's very grateful for the positive feedback. He's very grateful for us having taken a look at it, and he's now prepared to. He is ready to, within the nearest future, he can conduct a little seminar in order for us to further discuss this issue. I think it's a great outcome of the section when we can continue our section in a more of a sort of a discussion terms that promote the various options the station offers. So those who would like to be a part of the dialogue, well, as a polylogue, it's those who want to be a part of this work, please make sure you're part of it and make notes make note that you want to be a part of the seminar with Roko Scalozzi. Thank you so much. Tatiana Borisovna Knyazeva from St. Petersburg is our next speaker. Please do take the floor. Hello, dear colleagues. I'll try to be quite brief in my presentation. The content of my presentation called Foresight Festival as an event platform that shapes an regional time flies by. You want to hear all the speakers, and that's why. Who's interested in looking at this paper in more detail, you can always feel free to get in touch with me. And I'd like to say that at the moment, I just thought that this is the third time I'm a part of this conference. on the future, and it's for the first time. I was not here with a paper, but I approached Tatiana Vladimirovna and said that I'd like to collaborate with her on the topic of future literacies and foresight technologies. And next year, it turned out that I have something to show on the topic with the help of the work. With the help of the methodological work that was organized together with us, with the Leningrad County by Tatiana Vladimir Yakubovskaya, from the town of Tampere, from the Greek Professional College. So, so this is the sort of interaction we have, based on which it's the third year running. I have something to show when it comes to our activity, as per my report. I'd like to say that I'll be presenting a specific case that was conceived as a part of the federal innovational platform, and then when those became void, it turned into regional innovation programs that includes various projects. This program includes Competence University. It has to do with Institute for the Continued Training with Leningrad County Institution. I didn't hear the name. I'd like to refer to the paper by Sukhanova's paper, where she spoke of university as a network operator, a network that is created in the region, and it organized activity on future practices. I'd like to arrive at a mechanism, to create a mechanism that would launch the change of leadership. I wouldn't want to development education to always serve the operator function, though it is what it is at the moment. And I would like to get the feeling of the sort of mechanism that would launch leadership related to the tasks that emerge in the network, because we have a network of institutes and colleges that deals among other things, with formats of lifelong education, and related to our joint work. We have established a faculty of development of entrepreneurial competencies, School of Entrepreneurial Competency, and we have managed to create network educational programs tailor-made to specific educational institutions. We have 8 colleges involved, and we've developed a network program, and I have already mentioned it earlier. And now there is one agricultural college from Vsevolozhsk that said that within this program they'd like to launch a format, and they said we're talking about the Foresight Festival. So now some other actors were added. We can see that Michurinsk Technical College, Vsevolozhsk Entrepreneurial Support Center, Technical Park Borsk, Technical College of Water Transport in Slisselburg, St. Petersburg Agrarian University is also part of a program, and Plinyovskaya Breeding Factory also took part in the organization of this Foresight Festival, and we hope that we'll continue collaborating on the topic with a regional professional college in order to enrich our resources when it comes to the design of the future. You're still commenting on the first slide. Maybe then I need to pass the floor because I only see the first slide, right? Now it's the 5th slide. Okay, interesting. And now it's the project, right? So now, so this is a project that we have now. It's part of the regional program, and we thought. And I think that this is Foresight Festival, International Festival, with the help from Finland, where we'll be able to solve the tasks of developing future literacies and entrepreneurial competencies for all the participants. We spoke of both pedagogians and students, and perhaps about entrepreneurs. So I mean all the participants, all of the decision makers. on the development of agriculture in the Leningrad region. And it's important for us to launch such a project. And why did we choose Vsevolozhsk as a basic platform for this project? They said that they have an idea and they're prepared to execute it, implement it, but other than that, they have the conditions. They have they developed the topic over a few years. As they develop entrepreneurial competency with their formats under the regional partnership network. I would like to test it. Would like to test the Foresight Festival to unite the two formats into one and to see how it will work as an educational event. And for us, it's important for us to prepare all of the resources. So we need to think of the stage of when it's conducted and the analysis stage and follow-up stage as well. That will allow us to maintain the continuity of the development of the agricultural complex of the region. Of course, future literacies and are important. I understand that there's this new educational format of lifelong education that can be implemented into the various education systems. We will have a network team to help for interaction and activity, and of course, it will be open. It will be an open mixed team, and since we're a platform, we need to create methodical instructions on the creation on the Foresight Festival. And why are we testing this? It was already mentioned today in various ways that your average, your professional education is closely linked with social economy industries. Where we can see the framework for the future, and they provide by the world skills standards, among others. So those are frameworks, are guidelines when we think about projects, programs, and technologies that should be implemented in agriculture within the agricultural complex. Which that actual SPOs are interested in training these people, and our region is interested in training this human material. And we also need to consider the framework of the future for cities and regions that are provided by the smart city concept considered here earlier. We think that that foresight technologies are the technology is a technology that will allow us to do this, and I'd like to test this technology, putting it together, combining it with the festival nature, and we have already tried doing this, and we have seen the results. And when it comes to future literacies and the participant competencies, we will have. Will include a capacity for expert assessment, scenario development, and planning based on proof, on evidence, communicate with the stakeholders, and create new products. So what do we need to do? What have we done by now? I'll just mention briefly. We have conducted a test Foresight pilot Foresight Festival. It was a test, so we're at the preparation stages right now of the execution of this project. Team competencies and the format for the festival. It was a mixed format, both online and offline. We have received an overview of what we actually have in reality, how well things are coming along with the entrepreneurial competencies development. We have managed to track the topic of potato, the present and the future. That was our topic for our Foresight Festival. Everything starting with the planting and all of the technological change projects and the marketing competencies and projects. We managed to track the whole technological chain. We managed to distribute the participants, position them. Now we have experts and moderators. We've considered our resources to understand who we'll be working with later in the future. We understood our strong and weak sides, and now we're ready to design the further steps in the future. So I'm not going to go into detail on our next steps. Our main event will take place in October, November 2022. I would be very happy for those of all who are interested to join us. We're also working on regional projects and regional programs, and I think that I think that our case will make a contribution to the knowledge base of our network, of our now network lab at the Tomsk University. This is a reference to our site. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. I'd like to emphasize that our section at the same time can and should reflectively consider the issue of how future literacies are related to other literacies. The topic presented by Rocco Scolazzi, it was very well presented in a quite fundamental way. In the next, it was also present in other papers, questioning, professional counseling. There are a lot of fields of knowledge there that also involve literacies. So they're also very important to consider when it comes to interaction of future literacies and other literacies. And Tatiana Borisovna, tomorrow, when we'll have the section negotiation platform, first round, please take a look and maybe prepare some questions on how future literacies are linked with other kinds of literacies in your other part of your project, agricultural or entrepreneurial literacies. We need to see what other kinds of literacies it relates to and how it boosts both the future approach, futures vision, and other skills and other areas of knowledge, how these can be strengthened as well. So the proposal for you to keep that topic in mind. And all of those present here today, you also can attend this round, this discussion that has to do with the configuration that have to do with the various kinds of literacies. And also, I'd like to invite to our master class. I'd like to invite Tatiana Borisovna. Has already spoke of it ever since the first conference we've conducted. It was the first platform where we started collaborating with. I represent not only the Tomsk University, but I'm also an expert, and I'm a staff member at the major regional college in Tampere, Finland. That's my main place of employment. And by the way, today I started a program. I'm an expert with the Ministry of Education of Finland, national educational agency, in terms of professional education management. I was invited to join the program, and today we had a first board meeting. Just came back from it, and it's very important that we have something to refer to and we have something to show. So the Treto College, it has a abbreviation, Treto, with Tampere. This town of Tampere. We're talking about 14 major colleges in the region, second largest region in the country. It is open for collaboration, and that's why we interact with many organizations from the standpoint of interaction with Finnish educational institutions and Finnish college. We have contracts, by the way, we've done the first pilot contract on future-oriented education, future literacy. We have worked out our first contract, and that's one of the fruits of our network interaction. So there is a platform in Tomsk and the regional situation of network interaction in Russia, and at the same time, we have the lab. It's an international lab. So there's also the Finnish education and the European situation. It's also tracked by us. As you can see, we get some results that are beneficial for all parties. So once again, we can discuss interaction with the Finnish organizations and Finnish colleges. Thank you so much, and we'll now move on to the next paper. I'd like to invite. First of all, I'd like to ask, is Dobrikova with us here, Maria Sergeyevna, because her paper. What's wrong with future literacies was quite interesting to us. So she had an emergency, but she said that she may be able to join us. So I guess it didn't work out. So now I'd like to pass the floor I'd like to pass the floor to Dmitry Bakhturin, working with the future within the theory of solving of invention tasks. Hello, dear colleagues. Just 1 minute, please. I'd like to allow me to share my screen with the presentation I've prepared for today. While you're getting ready, we have 2 more papers coming. Vyacheslav Moracha and Gennady Blinov. Considering that during the first part of the day we had plenty of discussions, I think so we'll have more sort of you'll present more compact options, and we will be able to stay within our timing for our session. But I think that if we extend the time a little bit, those who are able to stay will stay, and we'll have it on record. And so both Gennady Blinov and Vyacheslav Moracha, you can get ready with your papers, and the program for section will be completed with that. Can you see my presentation? Not just yet, Dmitry. 1 minute, please. One more attempt. How about now? Yeah, I can see. Okay. Hello, dear colleagues. I'd like to greet you all here. My name is Dmitry Bakhturin. I'm Vice President of an International Trees Association and the head of Trees Center at the State Corporation Rostec State Corporation. So the topic of my paper is working with the future within the concept of modern invention task theory.
So I will just go through the main slides now that are important from my point of view in terms of showing you the main ideas, the main roots of the system of the pedagogical preparation and training that are typical for Russia today, and the questions following the educational works. And today, it's the idea of various spheres, technical spheres, maybe active spheres that are related to objects. Partly, this kind of interpreting, but it's quite normal because the main idea of the theory of this tasks is very important. And of course, our education practice mostly engineers that we teach trees that they will be able to their own tools for solving these questions with business structures and startups and everything. So, it's not been like this all the time. In very unknown fact, the prior development for Prius was the power development that was been working after in the years after Second World War. This is a scientific assistant of the Russian Academy of Education, and his works of his creative work and his monography of the year 1934 is basically the point of calculation from which it sort of goes. And there's a certain works done at that time, and later that work was rearranged in the Marxist way. It was generalized, and so after the Marxist backing, so to speak, of concepts, So the 30s of the previous century was the time when people was beginning to work, and there's a particular link. So what's it about? There's general philosophical methodological roots about how it works, and how we understand that in terms of education, how it was realized in according to another circle that's very important here, that is connecting this this thing with the science, is that you have to be, become an inventor, not be born. You have to learn how to invent, and you have to learn well, we call problem solving, creativity, and critical thinking, and all that. Everything is related to this approach. For us, it's very important to give certain understanding and create certain enrichment of this concept. So the mainstream of the pedagogy and the results that's been achieved, and with the fact that we have a number of doctorates here on the creativity, psychological and pedagogical process, a lot of and the thesis, and of course it's a work. So I would like to mention several questions, thesis, and these activities and the conferences that are important here. The first thesis is the inevitability of the future. In the ontology of this issue, we can differentiate between the future as tomorrow and future as any sort of future. Tomorrow's day, and Monday, for example, next year, understood naturalistically. So we'll not be speaking about this sort of future, but the future as another is something that will come to replace this epoch, for example, in development of application in a certain stage, the life cycle. It's something that's does, and something that kind of changes paradigms and the models of behavior, and the subject issues. So this postulate, this is it's like one side the basic ontology that we from the Marx, mostly this is Marxism, but of course this logic was also borrowed from Hegelian. We're not talking about determinism or mechanicism. The future is cases during periods, struggle fights the future, but in certain situations, it happens as a result of struggle, fight, and overcoming the crisis. This is our ontological. We understand it axiomatic from various ontologies, but trees developing and functioning. Our point of view, the development looks like this. We can actually counterpose it. I'll see. So you can see the basic curve that characterizes certain life cycle and its accomplishment. First, fourth stage of this. We can demonstrate in a lot of research the accessibility of this model. But without any problem, we will be able to model it on the life of the person. It had adolescence, childhood, adolescence, adult development, senior years, theory. So, so one of those that shows us that the crisis, that gap is about the transition third, fourth stage to a new curve that goes from down to up in the right part of because this last three graphs changes and this, the end already and last at 64 says no, it's not the ends are, and that's the next change is the manifestation of this paradigm, and it manifested as a crisis in the classic approach. In order to work with crisis like this, we models that are connected to the concept of competition. So the crisis in this case is more linear. It can be different nature, different models, and the traditions of Marxist philosophy. These models are certain contradictions in conflicts that are related to the particular curve. So the important approach to this concept is this concept again today had other models added to it. For example, the indetermination of the development when we go over moving or various ways of the crisis. It's extremely important for all kinds of crisis of this model. The space approach verify certain ways of getting of the crisis. Practice of solving create inventive tasks that the development systems development systems that is covering ecological systems and development systems, and it confirms the workability of the instrument. Development of international association of trees in China, South Korea, in India, in Africa, in South America, Latin America, the Far East shows its ability of it regardless of its specificity. Now we're just showing the results, and it shows and verifies the models that we've been using in order to represent the crisis and for to get rid of the crisis situation, eliminate the crisis situation. Moving to the topic of the conference, crisis and the future ontological crisis are inevitable, characterized this development and the subject knowledge and various things such as engineering technical systems. This is the key. This is the topic of the conference. The study fits within this is possible. In the crisis, we have to overcome the crisis. It's time to show results. It has to be annihilated, be taken out. And from this point of view, this shows us the analysis of their future development, future lifelong learning, knowledge about the crisis development, knowing that the crisis will end, and the readiness to well, we were talking about personal preparation here and professional preparation. We're dealing with the crisis, yes, and this is how if the crisis really happens, then the subject of these activities has to be prepared. Next step is the knowledge about the crisis, knowledge about the crisis. They are given certain descriptions of periodization, psychological approach, and there's quite a lot of periodizations and move. So there is a periodization, as psychological traditions, dynamics, quasi-natural, logical, in the format of almost naturalistic description, nature of the crisis. So this is sort of knowledge that is the issue of this. So the periodization is not done by this approach. So it's in the issue is this issue with adults. We have a lot of development beginning from kindergarten, school, but here we are kind of trying to get the mainstream for the amount of work that's done around for students of and engineers in postgraduate course on different levels. This is very important work and based and here this approach without models that go a bit further than the concept of production activities in the school of development. And it moves not in psychological space like the models of Adler and Erickson, but it describes the station of it in epistemological terms. The size of knowledge, exponential knowledge, the increase of knowledge that is extremely important for the period of activities with engineers, managers, and they are not so connected to logical activity. Of course, in that case, it's one hand very interesting. On the other hand, it requires certain specific work and specific in the psychological activities that gives certain general. So this material can develop the particular engineering, even though the approach to conceptual conceptualization of it allows us, provides us with models of knowledge that are related to adult education. From the moment when we stop talking about personal growth, child, adult, juvenile, when we start talking about supports in educational course, such as the cerebral age, about psychological moment from elderly senior students to the pension age. That's when this would be great. And we are interested in the partnership in this section, not in the engineering technical, but in the generation our work for the primacy. Of their activity. Coming class thesis, the project that spoke about this 2000 Australia, South Korea, and the American Massachusetts. One of the key questions project that I would like to suggest to the investors community. Of course, we have to go through a certain crisis in the certain regime, and so when it happens in reality, we have to remember that when we prepare for the didactic work, because more than 50, 70 years, they developed theory and the crisis overcoming the technical system, social technical system, and so on. Well, this is what's been happening in this, including the two instrument permissions. So this pedagogical and didactic approaches are actually serving the means of preparation for the future. We can model these crises the model that developed the overcoming effects, which were verified and developed here. And the very introductory barrier to future is decreased. We are kind of more ready for the actual living because we've been trained to work with this crisis mode. So the research that's been done, this picture I introduced you. So this shows that one of the key results of education in provide for considerably higher higher level on self-awareness. It's a relative methodology that allows us to deal with the problems in the future, to successfully curb these problems. What pedagogy education can give us in the context of the inevitability of the crisis as one of the future skills. So by that, I would like to finish my talk. I would like to say then that methodology of this approach provides possibility of in terms of resources for the generalization of various practices, and this research cannot be transformed from the engineering technical here path to a larger practice that can as lifelong learning preparation for the inevitable crisis before these crises actually do take place. In that sense, we have interest in this approach, and this three approach can be development of our programs, organization. Here we're ready to interact in a wide way, and we're ready to be part. So at this point, that's it. I'll finish my demonstration. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's interesting practice. The ontological picture that you provided is very important, and I really believe that it makes it possible the interaction. Thank you very much. So the adult education is an important question, and this approach, of course, has rich history. So it's really interesting with this how it all can be connected. But now I'm looking at very interesting comment here. Dmitrieva said, and that the literacy of life is in turbulence. So I would like to make out point when we're talking about the preparation of living in the future. So I think that this preparation, it's a preparation create the future that we're not afraid of. It's of course the versions of the future. Well, create them, and we create them in the sense we start our way into the future. In that sense, I think that our agents create these future images as the other. This is the intellectual task that is, in my opinion, more complicated because from my point of view, we not deal with the future because they kind of pass it back. They don't create the project of the future. They don't create the future as the other, and it's very thin thing as an statement. We all heard about this concept, but I think that it's a issue intellectual race, as Alexander. Dear colleagues, we have official time is up, but we have the technical support set that we can be recording as much as we want. So if someone for some reason has to leave our room, well, thank you very much, and we hope that you had very good idea, very interesting. So now we have two more talks. Gennady
Two papers
Blinov.
coming by Gennady Blinov. We have and Vyacheslav Dmitry disagrees. Largely, people do not enter the future because they're afraid of it. It takes a different kind of courage. Yes, exactly. They're not going to be afraid of it as such. They're afraid of even creating it for themselves. I mean, when they try to create it, the whole procedure, then it emerges and they start experiencing a crisis. Crisis can go unnoticed even if they take place. Dmitry, you can somehow elaborate on this idea if you want. Yes, interesting correspondence here. Dmitry, do you have anything to say? Would you like to elaborate on that? Okay, in this case, I'm sorry, I just took off the headphones a moment ago. Dear colleagues, I don't mind creating the vision of the future. It's being spoken of a lot, and I spoke of it a lot too. But what I make an emphasis on is that something that is crucial is that it's not enough to create the vision of the future. You need to enter this idea of the future. It's a transition from the past to the future. It involves completely different work. Remember, it was said by one of the classics, how many people wish of dying like Napoleon and finish their life at the lower positions. So the transitionary support, that's what we deal with specifically. I by no means I'm not juxtapose myself against the ideas of a vision of the future, subject or meta subject matters. But it's important to support the subject at the crisis. So that's where the invention models are quite powerful. It doesn't take intellectual courage. It may like a will, yes, courage in terms of will. It's just different. Rather than just simply depicting a great future for oneself. Yes, I can relate to what's said. I understand what I'm saying can be perceived as, but I think that this version of the future need to be created and need to enter it somehow. But it's not a question of a future happening on its own. You can ignore it as well, and you will always remain at this low rank, and you'll never be able to do anything other than that. So it's a version and a transition. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. So now we will move on to a paper by Gennady Blinov. So thank you. I'm not going to have a presentation. I decided to speak spontaneously. Is that allowed? And how much time do I have? 10 minutes. Thank you so much. So I will start. I will speak of some visions, and I'll make some generations. And allow me to mention a real case. I had a heroic period where I worked for 5 years. I worked with the regional economical development ministry, and I consulted. I worked as an expert. I've helped our officials in the Krasnodarsk region, and there was this one case. A successful company addressed us. They worked with that was furniture. That's speaking of the future. I just wanted to show you this on an example. They say, Gennady Nikolaevich. So we were part of this collider, but I think we're going to enter a price of we're about to start to go into losses. Is there any way we can avoid the point or either postpone this point, or at least we can somehow manage the process of us losing profits? So we got locked ourselves up in the room, and I said, okay, let's go. I asked them 2 questions, and myself too. I said right away, those are going to be unpleasant questions. So we'll lock the door, and I have the keys. The first question is, what do you do when you do this? What do you produce when you produce this? And the second question, what are you selling on the market when you're selling? It was described in a vertical and horizontal matrix. So right away, they almost beat me up. They said, "What are you teasing us? We see we're making we make furniture. We provide all the papers for the furniture, and that's what we sell. And now we have some threats with our sales, with labor costs and other issues. So they're all they all know what they're talking about, but nonetheless." So, but we had a deal. So please do agree. So let us just. So in the end, what we received is 3 versions. The first version is we produce furniture, which is devices for optimal placement of body in space and time in course of executing various operations. When it was heroically stated, I well remember. It was about 10 years ago. So they jotted it down. Right away, their chakras opened. They say, "Oh, so we need a 3rd-year medical school. No. Why not a professor? No, we need a 3rd year who would show us all of the blood vessels of where the souls get accumulated and whatever goes wrong with our body." The 3rd-year student came in, shown them the scheme, and then their chakras opened again regarding the other product line. But then I stopped them on time and asked them, what is it you're planning to sell in the market? So it became more obvious. Provide services for optimal placement of body in time and space while performing tasks in relation to the scheme. Why did I tell this story? I'd like to make a few important generalizations here that actually this are the essence of my paper. So my speech. And the first generalization that can be made is that literacies, the future literacies, are not necessarily and not so much a linear unfolding within the scale of 3 or 5 years. But though when we speak of the timelines, how we measure past and the future, it's a whole separate question. But in this particular case, it wasn't a matter of the way the issue unfolds over time, because it is part of the planning for later. For them, the question of future of the specific product line had to do with determining and exploring the essence as a known fable. What do you do? I make money, or I deliver stones, or I'm a king, and nothing is in contradiction with anything else. So the first thing, the first thesis that I would like to put forth, look, at the stage of understanding of future literacies as literacies largely having to do with decision making. This literacy also has a vertical dimension, not only linear representation. That has to do, and it has to do with the answer of the question on the essence of what you're doing and where you place what you're making, what you so in that sense, the smart city concept should also be noted in that regard. I think there are a lot of fruitful possible approaches that will outround Finland on making, since we'll have the vertical dimension, both vertical and horizontal dimension. But it's a joke, but it's a serious joke. That's the first thesis. And the second thesis that comes out of that, I've mentioned it before, but I may note it once again. It's in a good way intrigue that takes place on the level of verbal constructions, epistemological constructs. We speak, it's a matter of article used when we speak of the future, whether it's a future in a personal dimension, or we're talking about a future on some sort of a horizon. I wouldn't say general, collectively distributed horizon. That determines the foresight technologies used, and most importantly, the mirrors that were offered by the future. So I'd still leave. I would still look for an alternative articles. So it's both determinate and indeterminate articles that are not working here, which was fairly noted by Tatiana Vladimirovna. So we're all good at making fairy tale descriptions, but when we find ourselves part of a rigid structure, it's a whole different. It's the other extreme. The third plot is very important to me. It's the actual notion of what future literacies are we speaking of, and I would agree with everyone, including our Italian colleague, that the systemic approach future literacy is a transitionary device. What is it? To me, a system guarantee is something that creates integrity between the actual and the potential. That can be formulated different in different ways on different time scales. So for me, future literacy is a standing wave. You know how in physics you have this notion of a standing wave? Just the same thing here. It's a standing wave that at the same time has determinate and indeterminate article. So there's a question of how to get to having evidence-based content. As it was said, Georgi Petrovich said it, there's nothing more there's nothing worse than unlawfully born thoughts of speculative, full of speculations. So there's a question of where the evidence-based approach in both personal aspect, and since the time of singularities has passed on, and perhaps it never exists. How do we keep up the standing wave? It's a matter of that's a part of the that remains relevant, and that's I would probably. So if we were to depart from the standing wave metaphor, it's a matter of integrity that upholds the traditions of the past in an integral horizon, in a value horizon. Pardon me. It's unbearability of the present being, and it's the lure of the future. The third thing. So the question of how can it be contained. So to me, that is integrity. We're talking about new foresight technologies, questioning, and the key question in this integrity is actually mapping this integrity and find void and the path between these blank spaces. And the final thesis on the inspiring guarantee of working with the future. You can throw stones at me. I am a uh, I'm an opponent of the idea of notion of working with the future by fixing the past. We have problems and we have threats, and we also will put some straw on the floor so it's not going to be as painful to fall, or we'll try to avoid the fall. Okay, I'll try to go without judgment. I have a different approach. I think that the future needs to be thought of based on actualization of the strong parts of the past, perhaps on the level of values, and perhaps not only, and boosting. I didn't hear what. Based on the principle of addition, using humanitarian interpreting of of the surplus element. So this surplus elements, all those excessive surplus elements, which is a copy of integrity, will allow to artificially. So to me, for future literacies, what like Maxim Masovsky said, we speak of schematization. The variety of learning technologies and these supplementary elements will create a critical mass where these crises will either become insignificant or will naturally dissipate. Working with them directly is a good market. So that's the definition, the market, in a way that the more threats, the more the market is for overcoming them. So I would like to depart from this speculative formulation of the question, where we can liberate from the threats. I would think of the strategy of strengthening the strong, and that's how I would interpret the future of the smart city. Thank you so much. And with this paper, I'd like to bring up the issue that was touched upon earlier. First of all, I'd like to invite the ones who have now set these contexts, both in ontological terms and what was mentioned by Gennady a moment ago. I would like to propose to transfer to the area of didactics. Futures, literacies, and didactics, and in this way we can establish the ontology and all of the foundations. And if that can be done as a part of a task that we're working on, and we have very clear tasks, steps in the direction, creating a knowledge base called Futures Literacies, sort of like a Wikipedia-like project, based on the materials and principles of Wikipedia. I understand that our digital world allows us not only to conduct conferences, that's something that we can't do, or seminars or workshops, but to actually post all it and gradually shape Futures Wiki. I have already registered this domain. We can all post things there in order to accumulate the material, so it's not so it goes beyond the conference presentation space, so it goes into external environment. So I'm happy to invite you all to join us, and just a small note, a little proposal for your regarding the articles used. I think that for the futures literacies and the area of knowledge and experience that humanity has in these terms, there is also a third option, whether it's not the choice of articles, but it's a plural of the future. The problem in the Russian language is that we cannot translate futures clearly. I have translated practices of the future. Practices of the future, and I've seen it's also so this working with the future, the system. There is a precedent for this sort of translation, practices of the future. So I think so. There is this sort of a gap between the externities, extremes of the articles. It's a variant where we're considering versions, so we need to think of the supply of versions that improves. I don't know whether Dmitry will agree or not. The number of versions improves the readiness. Well, it's also a matter, could be something that could be discussed. So I think there were a lot of contexts brought up today that could actually unfold as wiki articles when it comes to future literacy's knowledge base. So we can set the foundation here, and the others are welcome to join. Thank you so much. I think that all of the four aspects are worth discussion. And in October and in November at Tomsk State University, we're planning a major conference. Our lab will take part in it. It's an education institute. Educational institute that houses a lab that organizes a conference, and I'd like to invite you to join the conference to develop the didactic line on this issue. Thank you so much. Vera Danilova had a raised hand. Vera Leonidovna? Yeah, actually, no, I think I also had a question on the article. Gennady, thank you so much. I very much enjoyed this, but I didn't quite understand about the article. I don't understand why does it have to do, why do you use the article regarding the intellectual future? Maybe it's when it comes to the community, to the community's article, quite doesn't work, because the problems are the same partially. And Tatiana Vladimirovna spoke of them just now shortly. Yes. I agree with Tatiana Vladimirovna's version, just to be brief. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm under a bit of a polemic stress here. For what I understand, the article used, first of all, it has to do with belonging to something, and it's a clear version of the future. When I speak of the versions and the plural that is used, that can exist in the English context, I speak of perhaps it would be best, I don't know, it would be more didactically correct to have numerous versions that are not limited, and that are not overly uncertain. So it allows you to be more flexible in the way you move within the system, just to have a range of options. So I think this plural, and I think I've noticed that Tatiana Borisovna Knyazeva, her text did not have the plural there. I always emphasize that it's there. And in Ukraine, when Yulia has done a future day in Ukraine, there was no S, there was no plural there, and I say no, that's very important. So in the English context, the S plays a great role. You can use it without the S, but in this case, it's an important thing to note, and that's something that I stand for. That's something that I always note, and that's why. So it's a very interesting work, but we need to think about the S. Yeah, absolutely agree on the plural here. I've noticed. I thought of it belonging to something. That's what my objections had to do with. That was the essence of my objection, being belonging to a community of the future. Yeah, it's like belonging to something. Yeah, when it's singular, yeah, I can understand it, but when it comes to belonging to the plural, that's where we lose the article. Well, there's an issue there. Maybe it's not appropriate at the moment, but of course, I spoke of the article, but I still think of the collective subject. Pardon me for saying that. But how does that take place? So it's a symbol sum, and it's not an integral calculation. It's just a sign. So the question is how. Well, since we know how to make collective decisions by a majority, there is an other extreme where the majority has make sure that the minority has the same rights as a majority. So, and we see versions of how this line is executed. So it's so my answer is clear. It's a community that gathered around a certain issue. Yeah, that I've heard, that I understand. So, well, you can just accept it as a version, as a driver. I apologize, Tatiana. We have a few methodologists here, so it looks like we're putting together a seminar. Okay, we're going to stop with that. Well, I'm ready to join. You no need to apologize. I'm ready to join. So please do not exclude me from this collective subject, please. Thank you so much. Vyacheslav, your final but important comments? Yes, dear colleagues.
Dear colleagues, I don't want to abuse your time, but at the same time, I cannot not pay attention to what's going on. And for me, it's the future is connected with not with the articles, but with the modalities. And the main thing here is that the future is not is a part of reality, but the part for possibilities, and the possibilities is that these these possibilities are not there. So we have to be thinking alternatively, and we have to be thinking kind of there's different possibilities, different chances, and I think that as paradoxical as it is, for methodologies, an important issue of the situation is this plan that that in the design we are either part of the issue, part of the question, that because we're not our future isn't behind the being, as institutional say, past depends on the future, and the future depends on the past. So now our future is predetermined, and it's really related to the past. We have to open the new possibilities. And the second principal moment is that it's in my practice, it's important that strategic intent is important. And Yuri Petrovich liked this idea that Stalker was actually part of it, that from the future we were looking at the past, and now, kind of like it was the idea that we had to approach this question, and to the phone that late question just where this strategic come from. And for me, it's mentioned the utilization of how we think about the possible possibilities, and on the other hand, it's institutional as well. That's called Okians, yes, and we don't know what's going to happen, right? So in the future. So on the other hand, we have to be realistic and take into account problems, tendencies that are taking place in particular situations, particular limitations, in order not to put unbelievable goals in front of us. So this is the moment that I just wanted to mention. Something that I want to share. Constance just book discoveries for myself. Beginning from the point that a month ago I saw a program that turns out that in the years I've been dealing with huge leadership there, and I didn't know about this this core combination, and now I will be taking part in it, and I will take part in this community, and that I was preparing in advance what is it was connected to the conference here, ecosystem, and the ecosystems of this education, the future literacy, the idea of innovation. So the innovativeness here was very important, and the modality of the possibility was it was really the, the point was not about the technological innovations, right, but about the innovations of energy and social culture innovations. That when we have to do something with ourselves, and of course, if we talk about problems and global challenges of the modern world, it's based on knowledge and transformation, digital transformation of me. It's all about social networks, network organization of life, interaction. So if you project to education, well, this questions of education in previous time, a very important role was played by philosophy. Yes, that was locking ontology, and today the philosophy has was replaced by other public, occasionally completely unknown, understandable, and philosophy stopped being head of science and creating singular ontology. So it's about modernism. Philosophy doesn't play organized role, and the new forms of action between science, education, and public practice. And what the answers which challenge is forms of basic knowledge, clusters, ecosystem, technological platforms, and different formats that are related to network mechanisms of organization, and various market challenges, and governance and control, administration, and management, so on, and the new principles of institutional organization that is in the literature, in the basic literature, it's known as spiral, that suggests the innovation of business institutions, state institutions, and various aspects. And well, even today we have main ideas in practice affected inside, but outside, inside of the educational innovation clusters of ecosystems are input in universities, and they are done by network systems and cluster. So this of universities, I consider the universities economic and they are following generation of universities after classic and business organizations. They go well, they research and innovative activities, and for classic, it's mostly the educational activity, right? As the basic one. So it's since new forms appear, and there's a requirement for a systematic description. So I will be going by diagonal, and this presentation well, can produce. So we can tell you how it's organized based on innovation clusters, and then move sort of from to innovation ecosystems. And so in the classic elite features, clusters for economic activities, and there was synergy things that are related increase of competitiveness and economically how we kind of done with new projects and technological elements. So we have non-standard ideas here, and the theory of clusters tells us at the end the synergy effect is a process of informal exchange of knowledge, and this is what discussed today. That the network of which is exactly what we're talking about here. So these are the classic definitions of Michael Porter, the head of this, and his clusters are not just objects. Clusters are like particular ways of thinking and about organization and management. And if to analyze historic evolution forms of organization activity, clusters, it's kind of network form. If you look at the third page, it's supposed and then it's clusters network, and they here they are shown as a part of this, where it's implemented an important principle. If the structures are built vertical connections and market connections are related to horizontal connections, then network connections are they can be described mathematically speaking. A very important characteristics of such network structures is collaboration that personifies the entire form of cooperation, and the technologically related to the issue of laboratories and Valley. Yes. So I just gave you a definition that is related to modern Saxon task, and important that it's mutual rules are related to this collaboration are divided by their participants and by their agreements, communities, and so on. So when we're talking about the MK ideology, it's probably related to the organizational society, and this is the collaborative network and collaborative characteristics that are about patient system, and this is the autocratic way of relationships. It's ad hoc, and it's about flexibility, deliberate character communication, liberated, well, discussing So we have to, well, not to be afraid. Arguments and this is not in homogeneousness, but heterogeneousness, and creates competitive advantage and synergy. So it's the atmosphere of mutual knowledge and mutual trust, and this creates informal knowledge that's a synergetic effect. And if the clusters are here, well, so if we can connect them, so we can say that set of characteristics is related to the moderation of the community management mode and projecting was introduced by Mr. Sazonov. And here we're talking about special kind of projects that are really related to other innovation clusters, of course. Well, another question. So it's important here. So it's horizontal. Oh, this is the core that performs coordinating and infrastructural functions.
Because it all makes sense, because there are a few small companies that create, for instance, a joint center for collective use for the research equipment, or become a part of the local marketing policy, or the general line in their relationship with the state, as happens with colleagues from Neuronet. They're working on a law project that's important for the development of AI, and so forth and so on. At the same time, all of the other relations between the cluster members remain as market relations. They can even compete. There's even an English term that's competition, that unites competition and cooperation in one word. Co-petition. So it's a combined cooperation and competition. So those are the kind of structures. In the center, you can see the core, the added value chains, and around it, you can see all of the infrastructures. And finally, what is a peculiarity of innovation ecosystems? We're talking about open collaborative networks, which is very important, where the core, where the special technological platform that serves a common infrastructure, and that sets of the overall technical and organizational standards. Unlike clusters, those structures are extraterritorial, and that's where the informal exchange of knowledge is provided not by an on-location basis. It's provided by the platform and the special technologies involved, while keeping the overall rules of the game. I'm making a note here that this Bearbank that speaks a lot about it being ecosystem. In reality, when it comes to international terminology, it is referred to as a super application. It's a technological platform with a super application, but it's not an ecosystem in no way, because it's based on the principles of a closed hierarchical system, where the main goal is to keep the money in. So when we're dealing with the bear market or some other places, the money still stays on the bear bank accounts. So that's what the whole principle about. It's a principle. It's an ecosystem principle. It has to do with openness that provides opportunities, which is a directly opposite idea. And the most interesting question is how these questions, ecosystem system principles, can be implemented within the education system. Given the example of university, when I was at a meeting, I've posted a link to this work, and there are literally a few key points here, and I'll end on that. So a set of positions that is presumed for the achievement of certain degree of participation in research and innovation activity, other than things having to do with education. So it's important to note here. Here's where we see the tutor figure emerge among teaching, all of the teaching positions, and there's also a whole set of managerial positions which is not present at the moment as a part of our education system. But I'm just going to say that no one is training such positions, and so all this organizational. So those are it's a trouble we have with administration, with administrators, with our education, with all of the hierarchical structures that built on the principles of absolute monarchy, with the deans at the head of at the helm. So that's conditions for the transition to an ecosystem organization are, first of all, reasonable limits and correlation of curriculum load in a way that teachers can also deal with research and innovation activity. And second, opportunity for professionalization, at least for the leading university, for the managerial position, and creation of professional communities. A third point is expansion of the existing and creation of new instruments of state support for innovation networks and clusters, and as well as mechanism for state and private sector partnership, where the state should understand the value of these network structures and not replace them with hierarchical structures, and thus stimulating the creation of open innovation environments, including communication mechanisms of informal knowledge exchange between interdisciplinary interaction and internationalization. And finally, getting back to the realities of life, it's transition to the modern organization models for research establishments and universities based on establishing strategic and academic units and other autonomous entities. So in that sense, as Vladimir Kriginin said, as he worked with MIFI college, we need to transition from at least from an absolute monarchy to at least federalization. So federalization of this hierarchical structures with gaining autonomy. So at the same time, administrative and management staff that back from the Soviet times that is still perceived as some sort of monolith boss. It needs to be broken down into top management, operations management, and service infrastructure that should really relate to service and not dictate the academicians and teachers what is to be done. So that's my understanding of the execution of ecosystem principles that fosters managerial innovations and the movement towards open future rather than the reproduction of the past. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, hope you're not too tired. And to draw the line, fine. It's a very nice compilation with a lot of approaches, and I think that perhaps next year we can extend the topic of ecosystem in order to make it a part of our daily life, because right now we've just touched upon it. I have two proposals or ideas, but Gennady raised his hand, so why don't you start, Gennady? I guess I came in late. Vyacheslav, thank you. Perhaps one of the theses is inspired by your speech, but there are two things that I wanted to mention before the close of the day. So I wanted to just think of the didactic aspect of future literacies said by Tatiana Vladimirovna, and there are 3 points, sort of a technical task for our next steps. I apologize. Can we first discuss the paper, Vladislav's paper? Yes. Let's do it this way. Okay, no problem. And another thing, dear colleagues, I'd like to address you all once again. If the recording is still running, if you think that you can leave the conference, you're free to leave, because it's been more than 50 minutes that we're over time, but it's no trouble because it's all being recorded. So the section is over, but actually we do continue our work with those who feel comfortable with it. The first thing is that Lydia Dmitrieva raised an interesting thought that working on the issue of ecosystem, she came to the conclusion that ecosystem is an open exclusivity to serve a certain function. So openness is provided by the rules of the game and the standards. In that sense, I have a similar question related to your paper, because while working on the papers. And as I worked on I came to the same thought as I tried to create such a network. If this network has to do, for instance, with future literacies, that means that I must uphold the standard and this. And what do we have ourselves there? And this function that's initially provided, and that's where we start playing with questioning the standards and norms because they're limiting, or vice versa. I mean, what is happening there? That's the same question I would like to ask. I would like to make an emphasis on that. What do the standards mean in that sense? I understand that they're very important, but then we get into pseudo-liberal rhetorics. So how is that? How can it can be explained in model terms? Well, look. The word standards relates to technological platform, just because it's because inevitable. There is no other way for technical system to work. They require standard protocols for contact. On all of the other norms, they take shape of not rigid demands coming from above, but actually, they take shape of rules of the game that are aligned by the participants. So the slide dedicated to cluster governance, I spoke of the fact that that any hierarchical relations are not coming from above. They're coming from below by delegating authority, and the same applies to the norms within these forms of organization and management. They always come from below rather than from above. But that's so I understand that it's easier said than done, but it's important to think of some ideal type. But applied practice will correlate to a larger or smaller degree. Like Daniel likes to say, we're talking about Molvis principles. So the idea of expansion, for instance, of this collaborative system, of this, its openness, it turns into an infinite creation of norms, because every new member demands to go through this process once again. Or we get into a situation where someone goes, well, actually, yes, that's actually very simple. I can just speak from a different experience. Well, I'm a vice president of the National Professional Consultant Guilds. It's the oldest consulting associations, active consulting association in Russian, and it's quite clear that when it comes to, I'm a member of a few international communities, but it's all quite simple. When a new person comes in, first they join the existing rules, and then once the person gains some experience and he's recognized as an equal, and the person no longer and the other person can show something worthy of attention, at that point the participant can propose some changes to the rules, if there is any evidence to support it. I wasn't addressing you as a consultant, but it's a great idea. I'm not answering as a consultant. I'm answering as a person with one's own life experience in such communities. So actually, if we're looking at the future, we're quite innovative when it comes to looking for new opportunities. When it comes to the rules, that's where we have to be reasonably conservative, because they shouldn't be touched too often. It's better to direct your energy to something, those more attractive things. Thank you so much. Well, I've just cited an example. I've had 100 rules by NASA. The 100 rules, this was the 100 rules they've developed, and then they stopped. Or they're trying to not make it over 100 rules, just update them. Okay, thank you so much. So I'd like to say, okay, there's one more raised hand from Gennady. Are you sure? Okay. Yes, yeah, that's your program vision. That's clear. That's good. One more thing I'd like to discuss with Vyacheslav. When you drew the picture of, when you presented the principles of innovation ecosystem, it's a wonderful thing, of course. And looking at it, I understand that this is the direction that we have developed the rules for as a part of the group of the network association that's in place right now. So I'd like to once again invite you all to join us in the development of this undertaking. And perhaps in May or June, we will conduct organizational format in order to understand, to rethink the existing network relations, just in order to develop the next NASA rules, so to make it up to 100, and in that sense, including new partners. So that's a very interesting scheme. It's very very promising. So we'd also like to invite you, but you already agreed. I can see you've already signed up. as our partner. So so now you get an extra personal invitation. Yes, I'd be happy to join. Thank you so much. So, dear colleagues, I propose we call it today. Gennady has a proposal. Tomorrow, I've posted tomorrow, as per our program, we have an opportunity to work at a negotiation platform, considering other literacies, other kinds of literacies, and to consider collaboration from both from the standpoint of educational process and the educational institutions, or maybe non-educational institutions. What does this topic of new literacies means? What role can be played by future literacies? So we need to look during our second part of a conference how it relates to other kinds of literacies, and to restore the optimal. I didn't hear. So regarding the trend in general and regarding of future literacies. So we meet tomorrow. Those who are able to join, those who are interested in this work, you're welcome to join us online. So that's it. Thank you, Gennady. Your proposal? Oh yeah, I have a specific proposal.
Well, since you mentioned this line, we should really start with that. We should start with a zero thesis. Is what Vyacheslav was talking about. So maybe tomorrow we will do it. All right. So this norming is an important moment, and I think that it's important to be practical in this, pragmatic even, I would say. And in that sense, I would like to suggest to think about the norms as regulators, those norms that fix this, the idea of what's really happening, and it's about the issues of limited questioning. You understand that it's about the questions, and maybe, just maybe, it will create a new possibility for us how this issue of questioning, how it can make norms of that, and this how it's actually related to the areas. And there's also questions about this base of knowledge in this network operation that takes place here, the didactic aspect of it in this context. So it's important that in the nodes of this organization, it's sort of like network construction, so that we have not only topics, but topics related to super task. It's about Sergei Petrovich Kapitsa. He suggested that this is not just theoretical, right? It's important. It's strict organization, and what we should have in those nodes, we have in the center is Sveta Danila and Paz Marachey, who actually signed that, and he put sleepers on. And this is about the ecosystems, right? And this is not just the question of knowledge that in that network operations, not just innovations and the clusters or cluster organizations, but this is all very important. But of course, I would put it away a little bit. It's more like retro innovations, and all that cooperation, all that work combination is, of course, paradoxical. Retro, but innovations. Yes, it happens. It's not surprising. It's something that was kind of designed but not realized. And if we put it in the center as a super task, then we have a chance. To actually this is kind of prototype environments, yes, and what Maxim Asovsky was talking about, schematization, visualization, it's all connected to that. So it's those images and environments and mirrors, it's connected to mirrors, it's reflected. And the idea is, by Vygotsky, it's the idea of thinking, the idea of mentality, the idea of octoid thinking. And I'm ready to tell you about that. So those are prototypes there that are related to this. Well, because everything is for kind of recording, so on record, so we will talk about that in the future. So I wanted to ask you, from the university model that you described, based on this model, I understand that the answer is yes. So based on that, can we speak about another type of university that is like university related to the programs in the future literacy? And can there be such universities from the structures that specialize this kind of specialize in this area of knowledge, these universities of new types that are organized based on what you talked about, the innovation ecosystem. And when we talked about classic universities, where from monarchy we kind of move away. Well, that's a reformed idea, but it's different types of universities that can be built based on these models. And basically, just offhand, what I can tell you is that the model itself was designed as an oriented future. And this model at the end allows for a maximum possible degree of automation of units. And if the automation is there, then it can be specialized as a profile. You understand? So this is what we can say preliminarily based on the properties of the model, and then we have to think and we have to analyze. So I would like to hold this frame based on the May and June event, because we can think about that and we can build up certain educational institutions. And of course, it's extremely important, and we have to think about the question, the practical questions, where we should take the ideas, and with this kind of way of flexible thinking, how to give this competence to the functionaries, and the pseudo clusters shouldn't be there. It should be like real clusters, right? So these educational institutions, faculties, and I mean, what does it mean? It's if it could give a certain cultural level, well, that would be extremely great. And thank you very much. Technical support is asking us to finish this conference. I would like to thank everyone. At 7 we had 30 people, and the number of people was getting bigger and bigger, and so the topic is very new, and big MGPU knowledge that is based on this. Well, thank you very much. And when Lydia Dmitrieva asks us anything about the idea of ecosystem, well, I think that this is another variant here and another possibility to answer. And tomorrow, how much time do you need tomorrow to speak about that? Maybe 10-15 minutes, if we can provide this block for you. Thank you, Lida. So, dear colleagues, thank you very much. Tomorrow we come back and we finish our work. Well, thank you very much. Bye-bye. Yeah, I understand how you answered this to me. So this is about the ecosystems, right? So I understand that you have functional gap here. Yes, yes, of course, yes, there is, and I think that today we discussed it so many times. And Vyacheslav, when he gave out this idea, well, on the one hand, you kind of learn that, understand that, and these are standards, not technical, but normative points. But on the other hand, yes, this is really very important. But just for the clarity of the genre, I would like to tell you, I didn't come to you. I wasn't at your section. I was there, and tomorrow maybe we can spend 15 minutes for the section that where were the like 4 literacies. Anya, as I understand that we're talking about you here now. Yes? No, not Anya. No. Well, I will tell you slightly later about that. So then, till tomorrow. All right. Thank you very much for staying with us. And Victor Kulik, he left us. Well, thank you very much. Bye-bye.